So okay, all right. Quick summary.
It's not.
I don't remember. I don't remember actually. That's my summary. If you're watching this from YouTube and you're watching this back to back, awesome. If you're not, I don't remember. So let's remember together. Sick. I also shaved my legs today. They feel fucking amazing. So awesome. They feel like my butt, smooth.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I gotta see them. I was all like, did you shave?
Do people put lotion on their butt? Is that a thing?
I think if it's grabbed a lot, they should.
If it's grabbed a lot, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't like using
well,
lotion.
I've never heard of someone having an ashy ass. No, it doesn't really happen.
Fucking
but
nasty.
If it's being grabbed a lot, I mean, like, you might as well make it pleasing to touch, right?
That's cracked butt sounds painful. Chapped butt, no, cracked chapped butt. Ew. Pretty sure there was some sort of crime last. I'm pretty sure that was some sort of crime last time. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a crime last time. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good summary. There was crime. Crime was committed. I think no. What we found out was that we successfully accused John Marshall for being the one who attacked the other police, Mr. Meekins, in the thingy. But because we successfully attacked him or attached him to that crime, we've kind of admitted that Lana Skye was the one who killed the detective in the prosecutioner's parking lot. So that's the summary, I think, of last time. And it was all because he got caught. And the only reason why he got caught was because he didn't know that the lockers were fingerprinted locked. That's actually the only reason, because he just didn't know, which is fucking hilarious. My name's Larry. Hello, my name's Larry. And here I have to meet my best friend Diggy to enjoy the story.
Hi, my name is Diggy.
My name is Diggy Stock, and I'm here to say I make videos and I play a game all day. Right? That's yeah. Keep going.
We're doing the white boy rap. Hey, my name is Larry, and I'm here to say I'm here to spank your face in a nasty way.
Anyways,
doing white boy rap.
Yeah, that's right. What's it called? But yeah, all right. I'm just gonna fucking go for it. That was the tight flow you spit right there. Thanks, Mark.
I wish I heard that in audio chat right now. I wish Mark was in call to say that.
Yo, that was a tight flow you spit right there. I like it, but I'm gonna give you some mark that it's like a judge. Anyways, I'm so all right. Fuck, do I have water? I do. I have half water. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. Oh yeah, that's right. She admitted to a forgery of evidence on a case 2 years ago. That was like the main important part. I totally forgot about that. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me, even though I was in the process of becoming a lawyer 2 years ago. Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she even used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Wait, what do you mean what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Nell Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what does that have to do with the killing, Emma? On the night of the prosecution, Nell Marshall murdered Joe Drake tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Holy shit! Officer Marshall's brother, Nell, was only trying to save me. Holy shit. So that means you... Yeah, I was a witness in the Joe Drake's killing. Or trial. I didn't see that one coming. Right, guys? I saw that one coming. She was a witness, though? She was a witness?
Predictable.
Oh, yeah. I mean, no, it said she was a witness in the courtroom record. Wait, it...
so freaking predictable. This game's so freaking predictable.
Witness. Emma Skye. Okay, yeah, okay. So why is Lana Skye part of it, though? Oh, this is the investigation. Oh, fuck. I didn't have the guide out. Hold on.
Oh. Are you using a guide?
Just so we can get the time sped up, okay?
Wow.
Do you guys really want to see me walk around not knowing
Fine.
what to do? Fucking
At
monkey
least
ass.
pretend like you don't have it.
I mean,
Be like, oh, I think I got it.
I gotta whip out my my jacket and my sweats. I'm gonna be right back. Whoa! It's actually really cold for some reason, and this sucks ass. Where is? Oh boy. Yo, my name is.
Look, I'm able to do that e-girl sit.
That's how Gabby sits.
Huh? It's an e-girl sit.
It's an e-girl sit?
Every girl in stream sits like this for whatever reason.
Why?
It's not Ray though. I wonder why.
Ray,
I don't know.
Ray
It's
sit like that
comfy.
because she has a dog on her lap.
Yeah. It's
I
comfy.
sit like that. I show. You know what?
Oh, you do an e-girl sit?
It's the show legs.
I was never up there before. I'm just proud of myself. Sure.
I'm on stream. Everyone knows. Everyone knows I show legs. Fuck! I didn't grab a jacket. God damn it. You know
Oh my
what? It's
God.
fine. It's fine. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool. A streamer? You know, I don't know if you know. Oh yeah, you came in a little late, but Diggy is a streamer. She just stopped streaming.
No.
She just decided to stop streaming.
I learned after not 7, but like 6 years of streaming that I don't like streaming.
Yeah. So now Diggy does exclusively YouTube. She doesn't like
and the
streaming.
reason why Mark became our friend was because he was watching my stream. Well, it's because of Danny told him to watch my stream, but what do you call it? I was the first person to talk to Mark.
Yeah, and I knew Mark in high school, but we didn't really like hang out. But I knew him in high school, and then we became. And then when Diggy started streaming, Mark was in on it, and then I was like, I should start streaming too because Diggy's streaming. That's kind of cool. And then I really got into. I always liked it. I just didn't have the push, and Diggy was like, just fucking do it, idiot. And I was like, all right. And now I like streaming. Diggy likes YouTube, so yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I really like YouTube a lot more. My streaming audience came from a really toxic community because where I started streaming from. So now if I stream anything other than this particular thing, then I'll usually get like annoyed by some people in chat.
Yeah, and I'm just and I'm just trying to be a dick now. So if anyone's an ass in chat, I'm just like whatever, fuck you, fuck off. Now, so I don't take shit. I don't take shit from people. I don't care about the views. I mean, I care about the views, but I mean, like, it's not worth it if I have to deal with assholes. So that's how be dope. It happened 2 years ago.
Back to reality.
It was, yeah, back to reality. It happened 2 years
the
ago.
idea of Wright just having this whole dialogue in his head about 2 streamers he doesn't know exist. He's like, the case.
oh yeah, the case. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. It was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was all alone in my sister's office. They were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. This man just just kicks down the door.
With a knife?
With a knife? He seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. Oh, okay. That makes sense now. I don't know what was going on. Then Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Hey, you bitch! I can imagine. They're just eating dinner. Like, oh, like, can you get the plates, Emma? And we're just gonna eat the office. Like, okay. Kicks out the door. Yeah, kicks out the door. Get the fucking ground. And then the fucking cowboy. It's over, cowboy.
With the fucking horse coming into his door.
Horse, yeah. Joe Drake tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. That horse! Lightning struck, and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. That's fucking scary. And what I saw then burned a permanent picture to my mind.
The horse got stabbed.
The horse got stabbed. I can still see it now. Oh, I'm gonna do this thing. Sorry. I made not a promise. That's not the right word. But I just remembered. Anything. I've realized that on myself, anything that goes on YouTube, their chat will not be on the stream. I realized chat would not be on the stream.
Oh, okay. Someone in
I
chat
forgot.
said a horse gets stabbed.
Yeah, the horse gets stabbed. Obviously, I'll react to it, but you should have been here live. No, just kidding. I don't remember the moment when Drake stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you were able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about it when I was attacked. That must have been why she made up the crime. Made it up? Sorry, it's Dark. I keep calling him Drake. You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly, Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. Yeah, he didn't know anything about it. So this is why Drake can just stop. Shut up. He couldn't have known he was given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumor about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean, it's all my fault. If I could just testify properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may have not known it, Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. That kind of sucked. Yeah. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must have not been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Oh, that's kind of fuck. Oh. He kind of looks like a villain with that face. Look at him. Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. No, Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. Ugh. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. Oh, ooh. Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I've never heard of that phrase be used in real life. What a poor person. Oh, you've been through so much. Poor you. It's like, what? Sounds like an insult. I couldn't bring. Get off me, stupid. Get away from me. I don't give a fuck. I'm not a baby. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Oh man.
And I'm still wearing the same clothes because I never got over it.
I'm still stuck in that time, literally and figuratively.
I'm actually 47 years old. Oh my.
Are we back? Are we back?
We're good.
Okay, hold on. This stream cut off for a second. Give me a second. And
I can stream. There it is.
There you go. Okay, it's back. Okay. You think it's exclusively used in a thinking phrase? I see, Storm. Okay. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crimes with my testimony and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to see what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about all this crime. All this crime! There's so much! It's just puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office, right? At the time? Yeah, that's right. Why would a serial killer be running in there? Yeah! Why would a serial killer be running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark has been taken in for questioning that day. Oh. For questioning? By the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled to my sister's office. How did you run away halfway through a police interview? What a god. So you're telling me he ran all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective's office and the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? Oh, no, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. Wait. Was it that? They never said she was a detective? Wait a minute. Because wasn't she, like...
hot? No, she still is.
I mean, she's still hot.
I guess she had to start somewhere.
I mean, right? No, I thought she was like a prosecutor in training. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I thought she was a prosecutor in training and then she became chief prosecutor because she's a detective and now a chief prosecutor. So that's weird. Yeah, that's a weird jump. Yeah, that's weird. So after the Joe Dark case, because you don't become an investigator to a prosecutor, you have to be a lawyer to be a prosecutor.
In her job, they gave her $1 million and a promotion.
She was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Wait, made chief prosecutor? Yeah, you used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Lana! Lana! Lana's just running. Detention center. Lana!
The image of the guy running into the room and chasing someone down, it just reminds me of the hey you bitch, I'm the strategy guy, and then instantly dies.
Oh, that sucked. Oh no, you're right.
Because like she came to help. Just instantly died.
February 24th, Detention
You play
Center.
Ninja Gaiden.
Yeah, I played it. That game's fucking hard. I gave up on that game. I
Yeah.
played it when I was in middle school and I was like, man, this game's hard. And I just said fuck it. I
Yeah.
just dropped it. I was like, man, this game's really hard.
Everyone's like, oh, Dark Souls is really hard.
Like,
Every
nah.
hard game's compared to Dark Souls. Like, can we talk about how unfair Ninja Gaiden was?
Ninja Gaiden was bullshit. If you're telling me Dark Souls is hard, it just takes time. It's like any old school game. Just give it some time, learn the pattern, know where the enemies are cheating. It's fine. Like, you die from cheap shit. Unless you have no patience. If you have no patience, then yeah, you're gonna die in Dark Souls.
Yeah,
but Ninja Gaiden, no, you just load up the game and you're dead. You load up the game and you're dead. Like there's no time in that game. That game is so fast. You just
explodes.
Yeah, literally, you put in the disc, it opens back up and it spits the disc into your forehead, cutting your head off. Like, that's how fucking like Ninja Gaiden is stupidly hard. All right. Yeah, dying in the demo. Yeah, Mark, exactly. The hardest game in RTS is AI difficulty on extreme. It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Lana, oh, Mr. Wright, it seems I've caused you some trouble. Falsifying evidence, huh? I didn't think you were that kind. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand this. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SO9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you, fill me in the details? Especially about the unusual change of job? See? Even I thought that was unusual, right, guys? Diggy's in the kitchen, so she's not talking, by the way. I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. See, even I thought that was suspicious. A lot of revelations were uncovered at today's trial, at least, not of the least of which, the fact that this case is largely connected to another one. 2 years ago, evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you've always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. I'm hungry too, Storm. Well, all dramas aside from the fact of that matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with the knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. Oh, damn, look at him. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then. He would still work the crime scenes. Damon Gant, he was everything I aspired to be. Oh, that's a cool-ass photo shot. They were the best team ever. They even solved crimes before reports could even be filed. Emma really does idolize her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I've always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to this resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. The Dark Investigations! 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detective investigation Dark. Second in command? That's that's the investigation lead was Demon Gant, right? Yes. Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigation. They even had the same office? Wait. Okay, so if they had the same office, that means Gant office was also in there. That was also Gant's office. Okay, okay. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. He's right. McDonald's is located over here. I know you can't see Diggy, but it's John Marshall pointing at the map. And the lunch lady's like, no, I don't want McDonald's. I'm trying to order from Panda Express. I'm telling you, it's right here. It's the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. That was his first time Marshall worked with his brother, and he dies on that case? Wow, that sucks ass. That fucking sucks ass. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. Can you still get arrested if there's no solid evidence? Is that a thing? Like, on assumption? Like, is that... Does anyone know the law enough here? Because, like, is it like there's a lot of, you know, quote-unquote circumstantial evidence, but it's not solid, foolproof evidence. Can you still get arrested on those grounds? Is that possible? Because I know an American court is innocent until proven guilty. A lot of innocent people go to jail, that's what you said. That's, okay, that would make sense. No, you can't. Really? Oh, okay, Storm, I didn't know that. Okay. When he tried to murder Emma, Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Now you tell us. There's no foolproof evidence either. Ah, I see. I think they can bring you into the station, but I don't think they can hold you there after a amount of time. I think 24 hours. They can only hold you for 24 hours. If they... And that's if they have a warrant. If they don't have a warrant, then they actually straight up cannot take you in. Yeah. It's proven beyond... There's never been... It's proven beyond reasonable doubt. Oh, okay. It has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. That's the quote? Whoa, I didn't know that. Okay, okay. Damon Gant and Nell Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stage, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So, you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some paper while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. Oh! When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Yo, he's a top dog. Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Darkey. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow and he died. Joe Darkey had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. Sorry, I know it's not Darkey. I'm sorry, Diggy. I'm sorry. I just keep saying. Sorry, just checking some important shit. So what did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma and carried her out of the room and just held her. I can't blame her. After all, her sister must have gone through. Yeah, they ain't got no parents. After that, I placed Dark under... I was gonna say Darky again. I placed Dark under immediate arrest. So wait, let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. That's quite a coincidence, hmm? I don't buy this. Wait, what are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. There's... just by, you know, quote-unquote, chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark in the police department, correct? Yes, at the offices that Damon and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Ooh, we going to office shooter, the whatever. Let's see. Mark, you love her uniform design. Storm says, essentially, if there's nothing that reasonably conflicts with the narrative of the prosecution, it's a legitimate claim. Then it's up to the jury to either doubt the claim or not. If not, it has been proven beyond reasonable doubt and they are found guilty. Okay. Things are important to learn, everyone. One day, you might just be in the courtroom, and it may not even be your fault. Yep, this game does not authentically go over the law, which is obvious because it's just a game. Imagine Jury Simulator, or that actually sounds like a fun game. Jury Simulator, doesn't that sound like a fun game? And then they tell you after if the person really did commit the crime or not, and you'd be like, "Wow, you're a horrible person for letting this person go to jail."
I would love it if in Jury Simulator the option to get an excuse, like be like, oh, I can't find a babysitter for my kid, and they'd be like, okay, you can go, and it's like, yes, and you beat the game. I would love that.
Oh, sorry, not Jury Simulator, Judge Simulator. If you were the actual judge, and then you just like read people's quotes.
I think
and then...
all you do as a judge is determine.
No, don't you determine if they're found guilty or not? Oh,
no, because you can't. No, because I thought it's by your peers. But...
Oh, is that how it works? I really don't know anything.
That's okay.
There's nothing wrong with not knowing anything.
Yeah.
Alright, anyways. No one's here today. Not even Miss Stars. Not even the cough-up queen. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in that evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today, on that day of the crime, that no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m. Yeah, I thought they were finally making some headway in our case, but instead, it looks like they just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Storm says judges determine if you're found guilty if you request a bar trial. I don't know what a bar trial is, but not... You know, as a bar trial, like the trial you go through, you know, when you're making a drink, you know what I'm saying? You know, he determines if you're guilty of getting fucking lit. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, oh shit. Hey, thanks, Sky. I appreciate the sub. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But instead, it looks like we've ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I gotta find all the answers out by tomorrow. After all, I only have 3 to 4 days. Oh shit, that's the wrong location. I'm starving. Oh my god, I didn't realize I was this hungry. Ah, here it is. There it is. Okay. Hey, howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Q Seras. Wait, I don't know. Wait, what? Q Seras? Q Seras. What does that mean? Wait, what? Okay, Seras. I don't know how to say that with an accent. What does that say? Diggy? What, Diggy? What? Never. Okay, never. Okay, sorry. Diggy's in the kitchen, if you guys didn't remember. So she can't talk in the chat. Can't be a decent lawyer on an empty stomach. That's correct, Sky. You are correct. You never know where life leads you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck ran out when old Billy dried up this morning. Wait, what? Who's Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Oh, fucking got him. Say, where are you headed? Just over the prosecutor's office for a little bit of an interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If ever there was a case I need to know the truth about it, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looking like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Alright, a lot of people say if you're innocent to request a bar trial, since a judge is more likely to only look at the facts. If you're guilty, request a public trial, since people are more likely to to be swayed by a narrative. Really? Huh. Okay, that's really good to know, Storm. That's good to know. Okay, how does one shave their beards with a knife? And also, how does he done with just shaving his skin? I don't know. That's how it be. It be like that, you. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. So, wait, what do you mean by fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon, the The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade with the knife and the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's alright, but in initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. Wait, what does that mean? It means that there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted to the possibilities have been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. Is my voice changing for Marshall? Did I lose my voice? The scars that the SL9 incident left behind? I got the looks, but he's got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. That's kind of fucked up to say. Yeah, my dead brother, I looked way better than him. But he was smarter. He was smarter. I just hadn't made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that day. The highest honor? Oh, you mean the... That's right, the king of prosecutors. I knew it. I knew it. So, what are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for the prosecutors. Mr. Marshall must have really been close to his brother. The day the SO9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right. It was the day the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was a thunder. I couldn't believe 2 years have actually already gone by. I tried to steal the evidence so that this case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Stars was fired, and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon and Lana Sky. Whoa. So there's... Oh, yeah, because they're chief prosecutor and chief of police. After that case, they got promoted. So, of course, they were the ones who did something. The investigation lead Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who haven't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutioner's office, right? Yes. Damon Gant and the new chief of police arranged for this to happen. She's never been the same since she's left. Huh? Everyone knew her who said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secrets are too well guarded. I never found out. Lana's secret? All started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it? Partner? He said like that. Partner. It's spelled like that too. It's weird. It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing I can't say I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I wouldn't even be a patrolman after today. Oh, did he just make that noise? Too bad I won't be around to work with ya. When you become a real scientific investigator. Oh, it's so sad. Adios, Bambina. Oh, it's so sad. He's getting arrested, and fucking like Emma's in the middle becoming an investigator. Okay, he kind of did. I was gonna say like did he stab? He didn't stab him. He like slashed him or some shit. But it was like, never mind. I guess it was bad. Okay, where was I? Criminals Affair Department. Yeah, right here. Are you gonna lurk? Alright. Take it easy, Sky. Police station, Criminals Affair Department. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did, and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's so much chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallways to the other building, and then take the elevator to the top floor. Oh, really? You mean it's okay for us to go there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Oh, now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief's office. Wait, what? He told us where it was. And then we said, wait, we're not police officers. Oh, wait, Dan, you right? You're not allowed to go. And then we're gonna go anyways. Holy shit, he has a giant pipe organ. Oh my god, that's his theme song, Diggy. Dun, 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 dun. And then he has a literal pipe organ in his office. That's fucking crazy. He has a computer desk on the left side and an office desk on the right side. Dun, dun, dun. Dude, I don't remember his office looking like that. Whoa, where am I? In the chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me the little Miss... What? Batch? Bach? Bach? B-A-C-H? Bach? Bach, okay, Bach. I thought I was a... Oh, fuck, I pressed enter. Oh, God, he's playing super loud. Oh, never mind, that was her. I could never remember where the C was. Hmm? Oh, my God. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. Oh, so righto. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That picture of Lana, Nell, and me. So that's Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Nell. Oh my god, Diggy! In the picture is the vase that we connected all together. Okay, so this is where we took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite put my finger on it though. That means it was taken here in this office, because look, even the statue's right there. Anyways, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that needs my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's get out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now, hurry up and get out. Have a meeting to attend. Looks like we aren't welcome. Holy shit, this bottle. It seems that the case isn't over yet after all. Wait, what do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he didn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside that chief office. How the heck are we gonna get inside that chief office? Maybe I can ask Lana? Oh, my back. My back. Okay. Oh. February. Okay, we're back here. Oh, hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe! Hey, wait, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just, taking a breather. My, feet hurts. From sitting so long? Actually, yeah, from serving everyone coffee. Oh, sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, haven't you seen Mr. Edgeworth, Hal, have you? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battle between you two in courts. That sounds pretty serious. Isn't it because of what my sister said? That's basically where it all boils down to, yeah. But that falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. It's not his fault. He didn't know. It's not his fault. I don't blame him. I mean, I guess it is his job to make sure that it's, you know, applicable. But I mean, like, it was given to him by the higher ups, so it's kind of fucked that, like, you know what? This is just like the real world. This is how, like, someone gets blamed for someone else's doing, but it's because they're the higher ups, they get blamed. It's like, man, that's ass cheeks. Yikers. Anyways, let's have a talk. Edgeworth crisis. But why would Mr. Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Yeah, you see, yeah, Phoenix, yeah. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Oh, sorry, Emma, but your sister's guilty for that. Yeah, regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they presented in court. Not only that, yeah, it makes sense. But as you know, there's been a lot of rumor going around with Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who didn't like him. But now with this, there are really so many people who hate him. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I thought everyone drew fan art of him and, you know, drew us together. But in our world, only those with talent rise to the top like Mr. Edgeworth. Not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. That is true. Anyone who's successful and, you know, quote-unquote young gets a lot of hate just because they're young, huh? People hate on young, successful people. It do be like that. Hey, Dick! Give up the good way. Oh, wrong voice. Hey, Dick! Give up the good way. Wait. Oh, boy. Hey, Dick! Give up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometimes. My treat. Yes. Yeah, sure. You're gonna take me back to the joint sometimes, okay, Dick? Yeah. It seems you don't really have any problem with enemies. Well, yeah, I'm not really careful. I'm carefully not sticking my stuff out. Anyways, I'm a bit worried about him. Yeah, under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Crack this nut, got him. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was being brewed. He seems genuinely concerned for Mr. Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? Yeah, the only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean, yeah, well, he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl. That was the only evidence? Me. Gumshoe's like, yeah, some girl. Oh, that was you? Oh, shit. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. See, Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. Yeah, that's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, yeah, let me see. I think it has something to do with the murder weapon? Ah, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His power of recollection never fails to impress me. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Look at this knife! Where have you seen this knife before? Oh, wrong button. Preset. About this. Hey, isn't that... Yeah, it has a tag attached to it with the label of SL9 incident on it. I believe this is what the broken murder weapon you were speaking of? What are you gonna do with that? Oh, what are you gonna do with that? Oh, ever since the case been closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. Wait, where did I pick this up? Didn't I pick this up in the evidence room? On the day of Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. Oh, this was found on Goodman. This was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. Oh, that's where it was found. That shit! Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget. What's the murder weapon? Ah, that knife. Oh, this knife. It was Joe Dark, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store. He bought it. The store he bought it at. Plus, it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at this knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice it, Gumshoe. Oh, yeah, anyways, take a guess at where that broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Wait, where was it? The victim, Nell Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep in the stab wound. Did it match his Dark's knife? You betcha, down to the last fiber. Huh, that's pretty conclusive. Wait. He died from a punctured heart and lung? Oh my god. A knife tip was found in the wound. The switch broke to find the victim belonged to the murdered Joe Dark. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him turn to serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. Oh, with his car? So it was an accident. An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. Oh, that's kind of scary. An animal? Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Sorry, I forgot to put the mute button on. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. A kid walked by then and he killed him too. Holy shit, what? A jogger came on the scene. He was killed as well. Oh my god! What did I just read? It autoplayed. He ran over a man. He ran over a guy on accident, but then killed the guy who witnessed that, and then killed a woman who witnessed that, and then killed a kid who was right by him, and then killed a jogger who saw him killing the kid. Oh my god! That's crazy! Finally, he turned himself in. Seemed like he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all just conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. What? So, wait, he just turned himself in? Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim. Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. But how did he leave no evidence? I mean, he literally tried leaving no evidence, but like, he turned himself in. That's the weird part. He turned himself in? Did he just got like sworn by guilt or something? It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Emma's just standing right there like, oh my fucking god. Oh my god, it's fucking terrifying. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's really all I know. Hey, can I ask you one more thing, Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gann. No, not money. What's with you and money? No, it's but it is concerning the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? That's where Prosecutor Nell Marshall was murdered. The chief's out and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Well, any detective ID card can unlock the door. Wait, what? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'll be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put it, I'd be canned. Tuna can. Salami can of corn. You get the picture? Can of carrots. Ooh, can of apricot. That's right. You never heard of that one, huh, Phoenix? Yeah. Look, sorry, pal, but I don't really like apricot, and I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodsman's. Yeah, that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh, so in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something that could show him that would make him change his mind. Money! And we're back. All right. So, how are we gonna get into that office, D? How are we? I think we should go see Edgeworth. I want to try those fries too, Mark. Here it is. Edgeworth, everyone just wants to take a bite out of your ass. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. He looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? I've had to live up the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always try to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. Haha. Look at his angry furrow eyebrows. He looks a lot nicer in the other games. He really does, you know? He's so angry all the time. Oh, I can't sit properly. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean that the evidence was falsified? The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, and my responsibility as a prosecutioner in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. It sucks too because they used him because he was young, if you think about it. It was like one of his first case. I think it is his first case, I think they said. But as one of his first case, and he was very young, so that kind of sucks. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why? Why has it come down to all of this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottle up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First, last year's trial, and now this one? It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But, Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on this trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I've never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists runs twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd. After Nell Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture? Something seems strange about it. Well, let's do this first. Can you tell us again what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right? I've never really cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this, right? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, you know, just odds and ends and clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? AI-16. Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year. Half a year? He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutioner's office. That's the story we've heard yesterday. So you came back to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. That is suspicious. Do you want me to produce... Only produce... What was it? Where is the evidence? Where's the evidence? Not this one. Oh. Is there anything suspicious about this? I bet it's like a container. No? No? Tag also says AI-16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth says. That makes it all seem more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be a clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh my god, is this gonna be the clue that breaks the case? Where is the... that's picture. Here it is. This picture was hanging on the wall of Chief Gant. You know when I show people this picture, did I like take the picture frame out of the picture? Did I take the picture out of the frame? That's what it sounds like. Prosecutor Nell Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this thing was taken when he received the King of Prosecutor trophy. There's something different. The trophy! Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's different, yeah. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor trophy looked like until 2 years ago. Until 2 years ago? There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradictions. That's what the award's based on. Huh? Contradictions? What does that mean? This award originates from the ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd, the second means shield. Have you ever heard of this story? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though, for Emma's sake? Very well. Huh. Wonder how this is relevant. Why am I getting investigation music? Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms of merchants. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a helmet he claimed that could slice through any shield or armor. And the second was a shield that he claimed could withstand any weapon. Wait a minute. Objection! Those claims contradict each other! Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyways, as you mentioned, the very description of these both items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Is that true? That sounds interesting. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolizes... Precisely so. This symbolized the merchant's item. The ancient tales with the merchants is a loss for words, but in our nature to pursue matter to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth. I've learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why is there only a shield given? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd, part of the award, abolish. Chief Gant. Ooh. Reminds you of Russia? Why Russia, Mark? Why of all things Russia? Hey, what's this paper you're writing? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright, let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is standing right there. Just distract him. I'll go check it out. Hey, Edgeworth, nice weather, right? Nice figurine? Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window out there? Oh my god, he's falling to the ground! Hold on. First, let me see what that girl is doing crawling around my feet. See if I can look. What? Letter... You having trouble reading it? I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. But, Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't just been one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh. Are you serious? Mr. Wright, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. What if I can use it for anything? He's like, you have to do something. What am I going to do with this letter? Oh, I know. Oh, come on, hello. Excuse me. Oh, it's her. Would either of you care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Miss Star, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. I can't believe I just read that. Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SO9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day of the evidence from that case was due for the transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife? No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. Wait, what are you giving me? Star hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Well, guess I gotta talk to this bitch. Dark investigation. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. McDonald's is over here, Star. I'm telling you, I don't want McDonald's. I'm ordering Panda. And Goodman's like, oh, I'm just fucking hungry. Goodman's like, we trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I didn't think he was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though. Must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were very close, those two. After Nell died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Skye. My sister? The best of the best were put out of that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After case closed, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked how things turned out. You mean with the forging of the evidence? You don't get me wrong. Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious that the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Our team was never... items our team never found would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have any proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us saved Goodman were relieved of our duties. Most without even so much of an explanation. Then, Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears. Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Lana's transferred to the prosecutor office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to that Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean, that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the police chief prosecutor, then he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude that there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally starting to get to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. You listen to me, rookie. It takes more than an ingredient to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. And, okay, so what we're getting at, I think, is that Gant is blackmailing Lana for the last 2 years. And because Gant is blackmailing Lana, he technically has full control over the chief of police, the police and the prosecutors, because he is the chief of police. Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation and Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kind of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in a case he handles. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh, yes, but there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him, though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence? Forged evidence? This guy, too? Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh, yes. Even myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. Oh, they were dating! When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. That's what's make this all more infuriating. A star. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Oof. Okay, well, alright, done talking to you. Goodbye. Just leave. Like, that's it.
Well, thanks.
Alright. Oh, hey, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Wait, why are you gonna make that much copies? Brewing coffee, copying files, starting to a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your proficiency, but my answer is still no. I'm not letting you into the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office, That's the last crime of the scene of the SO9 incident. I have to take a look in there. I've gotta. There's gotta be a way we can make him change his mind. Hey, if you don't let me in, alright? If you don't let me in, Edgeworth is going to resign. Hey, what's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe it! They pushed him this far! Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice, too. But now I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we've betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card instead. We can't do that if someone finds out. They won't let you off the hook with there's another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Oh, alright, detective. Thank you. I'm like whispering to Emma, we fucking got him. What a fucking idiot. Let's fucking go. Dude, we're actually breaking an entry. This is crazy. We're criminals, dude. We're phantom
And all we had to
thieves.
do was guilt trip a lovesick weirdo.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go, Mr. Wright. Click. Beep, 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 beep. Bam, 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 bam. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. Sometimes you gotta break the law to enforce the law. I don't know about that, Mark, but
Yeah.
if that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Ah! Oh, she slapped him. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. Yeah, I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe! What are you doing here, sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking, I was just worried something might have gone wrong, so I came too. So, you're here, then what's the point of us giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. Hey, don't do that to my card! What the fuck is that? That's funny, I crushed his card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around my shell. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I got a really bad feeling about this. That desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone else using it now? No, sure. This is entirely Chief Gant's office. He practiced a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so at his New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one's touched that desk? No one except Chief Gant. And the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Alright, can I ask you something, pal? Yeah, sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SO9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? What? What do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... Nah, yeah. Nah, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now let's have a bit of a look. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? Wait, what is it? When someone tells you, don't worry about it, you're supposed to stop bothering them, pal. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Alright. What's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gantz might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant. So let's finally come to this. What do I think of him, huh? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again, pal. Man. Can you believe that? The chief of police being a criminal.
No.
Nah, Chief Play is crazy. That's crazy. And you like how it ties across? It is pretty cool. Look at this vase. Look at this phone. Oh, look at the safe. This is a safe, isn't it? A safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in the panel. Let's open it. Is that a 5 letter? Oh, it's a 7 digit. I think I might know what this is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. Wanna try my birthday? It's no way. I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Of course that's not gonna work. I guess that wasn't it. I was so sure that was the number. No, I wasn't. Oh my god. I know what it is.
What?
It's 7.
Straight sevens?
I'm sure. I think it is.
I think you might be right.
Code confirm. Oh my god, it's 777. Let's fucking go. Bingo. What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who's entered the room that day. You mean 777777? That ID number? Nightmark. I think you're only 1 7 shy this time, but this could only be one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? What's in here? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Oh my god. Look, it's a shard from a broken cup. This somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? Oh my god, what does that say? Oh my god, that's a message. There's something else on here too. That's a handprint. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think Chief Gant made the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it's just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth and a handprint on it and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but they're useless. You can prove they have something to do with this case. I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's gotta be a way we can show the detective. Where is it? Present. Bam! Detective Gumshoe. Can you take a look at this jar? This giant fucking jar I brought with me? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't that jar a piece of evidence from that case? Oh yeah, you're right. The one with the shard that had the SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't that ring any bells? Do you know that fragment we just found? Oh, you mean that one? That one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Oh, by God! Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Let's see. Let me find that shard. Let's take a crack at this. Yeah, go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Alright, right, here's some glue. If I could just fit this together, it will prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes. Just slap it in. Just boop, slap it in. Huh? There, it fits like a charm. Of course, that means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in a safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? That piece you just attached. It's different from the others. Wait, how's it different? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would the chief can't hide this in a safe? Yeah, why wouldn't you just, I don't know, get rid of it? What is this? Ah, look at here. It's hard to make it out, but there's a dark red stain here. Looks like blood. That piece that the chief had is different, though. The blood stain and the others are just spots. But this one's a line. Yeah, that's odd. That's really odd. And right here. Presents Detective Gumshoe. I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. Sheesh. What? What do you do? Why are you sticking your hand out like that? Here, go ahead. Take my fingerprint. It's not your fingerprint we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about the cloth that we found in the safe. Oh, yeah. I knew that. The one with the handprint, right? Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Spray the powder. Yeah, I got it. Getting the fingerprint. I'm throwing the dust. Yeah, guys. It's like, you ever played MS Paint? You ever play MS Paint and then you got the spray can and you did your best to like make the entire screen a single color with the spraying brush, and you try to make it a solid color? Yeah, that's what this feels like. Look, I'm hitting every pixel. I'm a burn all your phone's screen.
A lot of crack.
This is a lot. This is crack cocaine, guys. This is how we get fingerprints. We douse it. We douse the screen. I don't want a single pixel on here. I don't want a single pixel on this piece of, imagine just like having a mountain of this on like a piece of cloth, and then Gant walks in. What are you doing in my office? Sniffing crack. And then and then he kicks you out, and then you get away with the evidence because there's too much dust on it. I think that is all the pixels that we have. Come on, it's almost there. It's almost there. It's almost there. He's in a meeting, I think, right now. Do you think he's in a meeting? There you go. I did it. Now blow. Oh, that's... I gave it my best shot. That's the kind of result won't do any good for matching prints, but it doesn't look like we'll get a cleaner result from this print. Let's try a different finger then. Hey, this was pretty clear. Huh. I give it my best shot. Oh, okay, it's the next finger. How about this one? This one looks pretty clean. Oh, that's a clean one. I wonder whose fingerprint is this. Ooh. That's a fat fucking finger, dog. It's a chunky finger. That's a fat finger. It's not even a fingerprint, it's a toe print. Are toe prints unique as well? They gotta be, right?
And that's what I'm thinking, but what? Yeah.
Yeah, that wasn't Damon. It's Emma's. It's Emma's.
Uh-oh.
Well, Emma, you got a big ass print. No, how can this be? I look at Emma. You fucking murderer! Start blaming her for everything. What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, so did you find a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, it seems the prints are too old. We aren't getting a clear match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Psst, hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now, okay? Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Wow, just like that, huh? Phone? A desk. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when he was here earlier. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Oh, he put some paper. Yeah, he put a paper in his drawer. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, this list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at the case's name. Huh? SL9 incident. Oh, I wonder what this is doing here. Wait, hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No. The evidence list. Normally they run twice as long? Yeah, that's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. A list of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. Are you telling me this is also... What would the other half of the list be doing here? Wait, the other half of the... I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Was ripped in half, so this part is all I got. So he actually kept the other half of the evidence list. Well, was I any help? Yeah, of course. Thanks to your ID card, we have taken some hard evidence. No, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. That, oh my god. That is fucking terrifying. Holy shit. We got caught red-handed, Diggy. That's what... Isn't that right? You in the coat. Eek! Chief Cat! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. You don't mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Oh, you in the coat? Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
Oh.
But, sir!
No!
Now get out. Yes, sir. Holy shit. We'll be on our way too then. Wait,
He's a
you,
monster.
the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But, sir, I'm not a licensed investigator. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal, I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits, but no, you just had to go and sneak in there like you did, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it would be like this, I would have never said it. Now that I've seen the evidence, Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm starting to finally get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyways, yeah, listen to me. I'm gonna try to smooth things over with Chief Gant. Later, pal. I don't think you can smooth things over after that. Oh my god. It's all coming back to me now.
Oh.
Oh my god, it's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me now, how this all started, how this all happened.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I can't wait. Diggy, do you have any theories so far?
No.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she said busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really. I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring? Oh yeah, mentoring? Yeah, mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seemed Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I know it. I know it now. I remember. I gotta get Lana to tell me everything she's hiding. Mr. Wright, you're evolving by leaps and bounds. I'm starting to see the hunger in your eyes. The hunger! Wait, do I need to talk? Oh, I need to talk. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You've insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion, a certain individual, you say. You gotta start talking, don't you? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For an argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom, may I ask, is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. Who's this person's name? Damon Gant. Well, Miss Sky? Oh, she turned around. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it that she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies, but my beans are in a container with a lid on it. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners up until 2 years ago. I respect him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did, specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was in second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but the other was also Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. Oh, wrong button. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, backspace. Dun, 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 dun. You want proof of the chief's wrongdoing? Here it is. That evidence proves someone is doing something all wrong, right? But it's not the chief. Who would that be? Why, you, of course. Me? Yes. You seriously believe that what you're saying, don't you? Now that's scary. You seem to have the makings of a criminal in you. With all your fallacies, like accusation. Care to spend tonight in a cell next to mine? If you ask me, you're the scary one. Oh shit, was that wrong? Fuck, that was wrong! That was wrong! I messed up! That was kind of scary the way she worded all that, though. The falsified evidence is this. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and that piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than the Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It is as you surmise. I cannot disobey the chief's order, even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman? Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. But yes, that was more accurate than cooperate. Although I can tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edward's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SO9 incident? The serial killer Joe Dark. I just couldn't leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another. That would be Edward's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my own hand. So that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then, she saw me as I plunged the knife into him. Miss Starr, huh? So, but why did you need to hide the Dark's knife so badly? I took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So you hid Dark's knife. Oh, she hid it in the muffler. That's right. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporter would have a field day with that. So you wrapped that knife in a scarf and hid it in Edward's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and asked her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone in the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocent. Speaking of phone calls, I've had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was made a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SO9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, escapade. Oh, you mean not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hand. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he hasn't made up his mind to it seems he still hadn't made up his mind into breaking into the evidence room. Ugh. After my phone call, any remaining doubt he must have had disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But, Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Yeah, I am an investigator, and I think about it. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. God, I can't breathe. Something's with my nose right now.
Drinking your juice box.
I am. I feel like something's stuck in my nose, so I can't breathe. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, right. I will take 2 seconds to quickly get another drink. Okay. Be righto backo. Gotta take a breather. I'm trying to breathe. Alright, I'm back. Quick story time. I used to work at a store for a small bit while I was looking for jobs. I got a job as a what are those people who scan stuff? A clerk, I guess. You scan stuff at the store. Yeah, a clerk.
Cashier.
You know, cashier. I was just a cashier. Hated it. Hate my life. Hate my job. Anyone who can do cashier, I applaud you, because that's you know, either you're just sucking it up and judging and just dealing with it, or you can actually deal with it. You guys are crazy, because I would hate my life. It's because I did. Anyways, a bunch of people kept buying this drink called a Twisted Tea, and it's basically hard. It's tea that's brewed with alcohol, and they bought a lot of it. And yeah, I put one in the fridge. Do you want it? You want a cold one or a room temperature?
I'll put another one. Don't worry about it.
Put two then. Put two.
Well, if it's alcohol, then it needs to be cold.
Yeah, I put it in the freezer so I can drink it really quick, cold, get it cold really quick. But yeah, and they drink this thing called Twisted Hard Iced Tea. It's called Twisted Tea. Okay, now it's time. Alright, Diggy, there's 3 more sessions. If you get really invested to the story, I don't mind doing it all night, okay? So we can get this over with. But if you want to pause, then that's totally fine. This is the defendant's lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where the hell is she? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. What? Edgeworth? Wait, Edgeworth, what are you doing here? Knowing you, we've already figured it out. Who's the owner of the 777 ID number is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there's still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from the list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you say just as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and it's the only way we'll ever know the truth, is to draw it out of her. The truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? Woohoo! It's time. This is it, Diggy. Are you ready? If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. And like I always said, this, hands down, was one of my favorite cases in the entire game. And it's only one chapter, but it's so good. And you think about it too, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Because, like, you know how every Ace Attorney has this theme? And you know what the theme is? The theme is always that someone in an unreachable place is always the bad guy. That's always the theme. Someone who's in an unreachable place.
It's just too powerful.
Yeah, that's one of their bad guy tropes. And then the other trope is like the unconceivable, the like it can't be true kind of thing. They're written so good. The second one is good. The last one's good. They're just good. They're just good. All right. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this would be when the prosecutor puts forth his opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everyone? Hey, Uji, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is with my work. That's a good one, it's a good one. I don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? When he stares, it's so fucking scary. Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. His orange jumpsuit throws me off, by the way. I don't know why it's orange. Orange suit. What is this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what is your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I've murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, wait, Lana! Wait, dumb bitch! Objection, dumb bitch! You can't, Your Honor, the defendant claims does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But, Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Can you? You can self-represent yourself?
Yeah, that's what Ted Bundy did.
I don't think I'm ever smart enough to self-represent myself.
It sounds a smart thing to do.
It doesn't sound like smart. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Alexa, stop. Indeed. It appears that no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived, and this court finds the defendant. Really? Objection! Oh, Edgeworth is objecting! One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecutor. I can imagine I'm just an audience being like, oh my god! He said objection! The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, Oh, you missed a lot, Kevin. You missed a lot. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the little naive boy you thought you had me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scene. Hey, thanks, Kevin, for that sub. I appreciate that. Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Whew! I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? At first, as its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it will be an even greater tragedy if to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution request. Is that okay with you, Graham? Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth decided to take it by the horse and the reins. Oh my god, Emma. Now then, witness. Please state your name and occupation. My name's Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that resolved it 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave it fast. Fucking judge is just like, aight fam, you got it. Now, please testify what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear. He just said the trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Here it comes. Any speculations yet, Diggy?
No, I'm just enduring the ride.
Okay. I was waiting in my sister's office that day, and a man came running in and took me hostage, and then Nell Marshall rescued me on a horse in the office. But I'll never forget what I saw that instant. It was a horse! The man
and then the guy stabbed it.
And the guy stabbed
a whole horse.
A whole horse. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. But the horse got stabbed. And then the horse screamed like a man and not a horse. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please, tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence at his... Wait a minute. That sounds just like me. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. All right. Let's begin with the good old... Let's press the most incriminating line. You were waiting for your sister, and a man came running in and took a hostage, and Nell Marshall rescued, and you'll never forget what you saw that instance. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. But that's not what we remembered. What we remember was that Lana was the first one on the scene, and that the knife was in his back, laying down. Remember? So... that must have been a real shock. Even now, where I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clear. Tell us, what were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When the lightning struck, then the lights went out. Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake and I was thrown aside, and the two began wrestling at each other. That's kind of a scene, like, he's holding a hostage and, like, she just fucking thrown across the room, and they're just, like, doing that, like, anime...
Wrestling, there's a horse there,
wrestling,
and the horse
like,
gets stabbed, and then they stab each other.
Yeah, and the horse is, like, going, nay! He's like, don't do it, Joe! And Nell's like, no, my horse, you stupid bitch! I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie, but Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much as you can about this. Okay, I guess that wasn't it. Alright, let's just press this one. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Drake, and just then the lights went out. The lights? It was just about the time of the year. It was a terrible storm going on, and the lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you should have been able to see anything, right? Right, but then the lightning flashed again outside, and then suddenly, that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yeah, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. I need to hear more. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yeah. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yeah, I think she did mention that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Oh, I want to see the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. What? Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. But it seems to have been lost. Well, that's interesting. I never checked this, by the way. Oh, it's just the... Oh, the picture! The picture's on the evidence list! What?
Oh.
A picture is drawn on the back of the evidence list, like in magic marker. I've got a very bad feeling about this. It's not lost. It's right here. Oh, whoops, wrong button. I forgot to check this. And this was under the drawer in Gant's office. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all of her heart into drawing that picture. And yet, you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! Oh, I need to close your door, Diggy. Staying up 33 hours, it fucks with your nostrils. This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Turn it. Ah, turn it over. What's this? It's... Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the drawing I drew. Oh, guys, they found the drawing you drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. I don't know if that's wrestling. That looks more like one of them's literally about to get stabbed, and the other one's like, "Oh no, I'm gonna get stabbed." I don't know. I don't really think that's a.
It's like a horse.
Yeah. What the fuck? This kind of looks like a horse. I don't think that's a horse, Your Honor. But you insist that Nell Marshall was there with the horse. What's the meaning of this? Where are you? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutors in charge of should have access to that list. Huh? This list, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list that you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see that the markings here are for where they torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. Oh, what? What? Order. Order. But, Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If this evidence list was torn in half, there might be some more drawings on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Are you gonna tell me you never knew about the drawing on the back of the list? Yes, that is quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Oh my god! Is something, wrong? Do you even have to ask? Oh my god. Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. That is, that thing. What? That's the thing? The thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly this is an act of vandalism, is the work of a certain chief of detective. I guess he was out of scrap paper. Restore. Nice. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Oh wait, you telling me that didn't have anything to do with it? Yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. I gotta look at that again. Oh, after this. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After all, that must have been when I fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in this instant. To think that a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't really see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about the murder, Prosecutor Nell Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Alright, let's take a look at that real quick. Check it. You think that has anything to do with it? Oh my god! No, no, no? Maybe? Maybe? No. Maybe.
Maybe what?
Maybe that's the vase.
It kind of looks like the head of that badger.
It's supposed to be the head of the badger.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's a chandelier? I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Maybe it's the vase. That makes a lot more sense.
Because look at the vase.
It's the
Oh my god! It's the vase! It's the vase! Oh my god, it's the vase! Is the vase seen at a certain angle to make the blue badger? Oh my god, it's the vase. Okay. Okay. Okay, I actually kind of forgot about this. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After all, I must have fainted. Let's press this. God, it's so great playing this and not remembering most of it. I'm gonna just close this booklet. So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come to your rescue. No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lighting was so bright and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor? Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. I mean, she got knocked unconscious. I mean, I think she was pretty hurt. What happened after the lightning... What happened after the lightning flashed? I guess that wasn't it. So, hold on. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detective. Are you insinuating that we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? No, of course not. I better watch out or he might try to find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims that this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind, and yet there's clearly a contradiction here. What? There is? What is it? Oh. No, that was not it. What's the contradiction? It's the horse. Shut up, you. It's the horse. There's no horse on this drawing.
The bloody handprint that's in your evidence actually just a hoof print.
Yeah.
It's like, wait.
Maybe. Bum. It's the hand. The hand. That's not the hand of a horse. That's the hand of a human.
Cuff him.
There's a contradiction here? Oh, stabbed in the back right here. Here. This has to be it, right? Yeah. Okay. Because he's like looking up. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it'd be faster if you simply point out this contradiction for us. What part of this is a contradiction?
The knife, right? I guess. The knife? Yeah. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see that the tip is broken.
I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. The murder weapon tip is broken, too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, do you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. Oh, so it wasn't the back part, it was a knife. Oh. Okay, yeah, I knew that. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should have not yet been broken.
Oh, what's the meaning of this?
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
You're right, but what does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure if she remembered this correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Oh, was that the forged evidence?
Order! Are you saying that investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me once more again to go over the events that took place on the day of the murder, as well as take a sip of this drink. Hello, spoons. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Nell Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Okay, everyone following along? Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and he was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somehow in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. That man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Ah, there must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? Yes, there is another one, and you know exactly where it is, right, Diggy? And everyone else in chat? And watching this YouTube video, you know where it is. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, then it can't just be explained away by a simple observation error. It's not the jar, you. Come on. Damn it, you. Fuck. God damn it. Damn it, chat. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I have no brain. I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way around it. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Where is it? Do I show the photo or do I show the other thing? I need to sneeze. I need to sneeze. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right inside this picture. This is a picture of the awards ceremony. Oh! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. That's removable? As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood this award. Order. Nell Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in that dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutor Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Nell Marshall. Oh. What? But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. It's coming back to me. Give me a second. Hold it. Wait, who said hold it? Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with the picture scribbled on the back? I'm telling you, it's the jar! It's the jar! I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time. I drew this picture. At the time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. And that's why she was like so weird with the blue badger. Perhaps it'd be best if we add this to the witness's ceremony. Could you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife and now the blue badger? This should be interesting, because the blue badger was made very recently, so it's impossible. When I saw this man raise his knife, I panicked and I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detective haven't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may now cross-examine.
Stop. Please, don't pursue this any further.
Oh shit. Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far.
It's too late to turn back.
Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting close to the core of the matter. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked. I rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked the man away.
The blue badger.
This is what interested me. Are you sure about this? Of course. See, I even drew a picture of him. But
it was the chief of detectives who thought of this hideous beast. And that was just this year. The blue badger didn't even exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange, but I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I've seen him before, and now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought things have caused enough commotion, tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
I wasn't sure in the room, but I swear I saw a shadow.
His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with the whining smile and all?
That's right, but I was still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. This thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must have been mistaken.
That may well be.
But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please tell us what the shadow really is.
What was it Emma saw when that light flashed? Who is this blue badger really?
I might just know.
I think all that sneezing actually cleared my sinuses. The blue badger hasn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew up this picture. Yet she's certain she saw this shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense belief that on this fateful day, 2 years ago, there was indeed something that looks similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright?
In this room? Oh, well, Mr. Wright, what is this that the witness saw in this instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike.
Oh my god. It's actually 3 full pages of evidence, Diggy. 3 full pages of evidence. This mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
But that's... what is that exactly?
I believe it's some sort of jar? And Corbin starts arguing. No, it's like a vase, right?
No, but it's got handles. But it's a jar, but it's big, so it's like a vase, right?
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look like anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this form. Bam, 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 bam. Oh wait, I didn't know it had another thingy. Look at that.
Yeah. Perspective, and that thing's flopping down. That looks right.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, thank God.
Well, it's a miracle. Is this a miracle or what? Is that a miracle or what, guys?
What?
No one can possibly deny this jar resembles to the blue badger. Nobody! No.
It can't be! The Blue Badger's real! He starts freaking out, going to panic attacking. He was destined. Order. Order. The defense has proven its claim. Wait, what the fuck is this on my hair? Oh, okay, that was weird. The mysterious Blue Badger witness on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we've all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So, the Badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. No. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. What? Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us, what's the difference now that we know that the witness saw this jar? The murder weapon? No. The murderer? No. The location? Oh, wait, location. Allow me to take these into turn. The moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar at a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? The location of this jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the photo. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying that the murderer moved the victim body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yeah, from one side to the other. Yes. So why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, we wouldn't have gone through the trouble. Well, the logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Yeah, that makes sense. It's got to be a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. God damn it, I didn't figure it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? Well, that would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. Oh my god. I was right. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would have hit? Oh. A suit of armor holding a very sharp, dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into broken armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Nell Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking, yeah, oh my god. Yes, there's another possibility of what actually transpired in the room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I could go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If the event took place that the defense is theorized, then the outcome is obvious. And in that moment, assuming that the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Nell Marshall. Stop bringing up the horse, you. God dang it. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? Oh my... No! Oh, man. Oh, she fainted again. God damn it, Emma, wake up! I've never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Oh God, what are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How could you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forgery evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body is to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edward, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're gonna have to have proof. So tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves that my sister killed Nell Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll just have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. Shit, you're right. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Oh, what the heck? Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility. Summoning the dead. He's like, where's Maya? Bring her out. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean that the possibility that the victim has left off a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life, in one manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? I've got to think back to the court records. Now, there's a handprint, and there's this. But what does this mean? Oh my God, wait a minute.
What?
Is it possible
No.
that if I look at this at another angle, it spells something?
Oh.
Nah.
Maybe. Hold on. Keep trying.
But I'm gonna say yes for now. It's gotta be, right? It's gotta be evidence. This message from the deceased is already on possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Right, now Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message of the deceased. I think it's the jar, right? Because he has a line mark on this. So it has to be the jar, right? It's gotta be the jar. This is the message left by the deceased. Is that the blue badger from before? Oh, is he gonna just speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Oh my God, everyone just made fun of me. Everyone just jumped at me. A message that was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments were not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. Oh, it's wiped. I see what you meant. So what you're saying is that these dots were once lines. Oh! Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a very few precious moments of light to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points and the victim's message will become apparent. No. God. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us, Your Honor? I do believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. I've got to connect these dots to make a letter. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Oh no, Diggy.
It's a defense duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why I've all been thinking about is saving Lana. All my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may have not meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Oh man. See, Worthy, I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant! Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor of the case, were you not? Ah. Yes, Worthy, yes. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Ugh. Ah. Objection! But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That is undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know that we aren't defenders of justice? What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Whoa, this courtroom is loud. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? The man said an innocent man to death. Why is everyone just like they said an innocent man to death, even though he clearly murdered someone?
Yeah, I think he murdered like 6 people.
Murder. The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed to, no one knows. Oh, wow. That would technically be the end of the session. But Diggy, I'm thinking we can't just stop there, right?
How much longer is there?
There's 2 more sessions.
Oh, God.
Yep. But it is the final day. So I'm going to keep going. You're okay with that?
I may be checked out. But yeah, I guess.
You want to keep going or no? Should we save it?
That's up to you.
Because we can save it.
Let chat decide.
You guys want to keep going? What do you guys say? Finish it up? Finish the game up? Should we finish the game up? Bam, ba bam. Hang that jerk up. You think we should go for it? Well, I think Sky says yes. What about you? We must uncover the truth. All right. He wants that horse to be one more. All right, Kevin says to keep going. Sorry, Edgeworth. Didn't really mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope we're not interrupting anything, pal. Guess I am. I'll come back later. What is that painting in the back? Oh my god, that looks scary. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around all day on duty. And here to top it off, you called me here? I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. She asked me to give you this if there is a break in today's trial. Evidence law? Edwards was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Oh yeah. What's the other one? I like how you get a book and they only tell you the most important thing.
It's like this whole book was only like 1 page worth of whatever. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said if you're planning on taking him on, you're gonna need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law slipped into the pocket. Explains the 2 rules of evidence law. Do you hear that, guys? There's only 2 rules to evidence law. You know, it doesn't look like that book do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. But that's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still standing in that prosecutioner's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't even begun. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility has been all through ruins with this forged evidence you were unaware of. From Emma Skye found out she was unwittingly cause of a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Look, Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring this to an end. I can't. They wrote an entire book for 2 rules. Yep. That's like business. They wrote an entire book on how to do business even though you don't need it. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for your news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for us to witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witness? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witness. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue this trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness, Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is good as over. The defense calls. It's time to bring out the real murderer, Diggy. The real murderer. He's 65 years old. Oh my god. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defense's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would it have, he's still standing. He should still be here in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Shit, it's time. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Diamond Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. I look like a Cheeto skin. I have skin like a Cheeto. He really does. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests us to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear this SO9 incident. Oh, you mean the last time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risk. Oh, don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may not begin his testimony. This is a bad day to read. Something's wrong with my nostrils. There you go. As I recall, Nell and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. And as you can see, I had nothing to do with forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Nell flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see. Well, everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, I better hit him hard and fast. Probably have to press him then. Alright. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body, it had already been moved. So that means you found the body near Lana's desk. That's right. I think you've said it earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyhow, or ways. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at the office. That is exactly what I'm saying. I can't understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances are. Is that how it really went down, though? Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you best be staring at that court record. Worthy, always such a smooth talker. But what piece of evidence ties Gant to forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence, but that can't be the whole truth. Somehow, I've got to link Gant to this incident. Okay, so obviously it's this one. But what does forgery have to do with this? Oh, it's found in its safe. Yeah? Maybe it's this right here. Oh, it was this. It was Alyssa. You claim you had nothing to do with forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Oh, wait, I gotta check something before this. I just remembered I presented evidence that isn't passable by the court. Unregistered evidence. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Okay. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew on her picture. This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you played a part in a legal investigation. Chief Gant, what is the meaning of this? Ho ho ho! Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted then that you were involved in the forgery? Who? Me? Or do you mean you? Me? How would I have anything to do with that? Well, you're the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only one capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right? Righto. However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempted from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in the light of Detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer knows how to put two and two together. Right? Let's see now, what was it? A jar fragment? A list? Ah, for all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyways, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Arranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. Ha! You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Ooh, indeed. I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Uji. In return, though, I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? They're homies. Isn't that weird? How can you look me in the eyes and say that? Because I'm innocent. Wow. Remember? Who was it that murdered Nell? I'm not sure. I'm not sure I care and use the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's death, unfortunate demise was Sky. Well, now do you see? How about this one? What about when? What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course, but suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute as forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, we could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that have been convenient? Right. The chief is talking about a possibility. So as long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever that they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. Tell me something I don't know. Oh, come on now, Righto? Think about it. Right, how about this one? Really, Chief Cam, at the very least, there'll be one very large benefit you reap from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, being the position you have, the Chief of Police. Oh. The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motivation. Ho 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 ho. Oh, that's a good one. Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to becoming the next chief. The resolution of the SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. That true, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. He was going to be made chief anyways. What? Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at. So, that means... There's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. You didn't do it for yourself. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. Now it's out in the open now. Uji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? Oh, by all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Ant isn't the one who murdered Prosecutor Marshall 2 years ago, yet I know he played a part in that forgery. That can only mean someone asked him to be an accomplice. Damon can't. Someone's accomplice? That sounds unlikely. For all I know, oh wait. Alright, what does he mean by that then? Nothing in it for you? Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Is there something that could have been in it for him? Given his selflessness, who would have helped him out? True, you might not have helped out anyone for your sake, but if it might benefit you, then you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I meant. Very well then, who's this person you believe Chief Gant may have helped to forge evidence? It was Lana Skye, duh. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to the unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, who would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SO9 incident was resolved, Lana was appointed chief prosecutor at the prosecutioner's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would have been able to use chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would have acquired unchecked authority over all investigations. You don't mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Come on, dude. Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as... Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Skye in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as chief prosecutor so you can control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this, that I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I have done such a thing? Lana, she's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she testified against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof, this is all amounts to... Nothing. Nothing more than conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor had been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. Whoa, what? That must suck to hear that your best friend or your close friend is in on it. Order, order, order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. This is an affront of the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? It's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edward said. I'm in an easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright, that the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? And I believe that the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Oh, it's this one right here. It's the ID card reader, right? Because his ID is on the... Yeah, his ID is on the list. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There's one ID on that list we couldn't determine that day of the owner of. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you could prove that this is my card number. It's your number. He just says it's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office require a code to open. 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777, the same as the remaining ID card number on that list. But that, honestly, that doesn't prove anything in my opinion. Right? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't necessarily prove. But his reaction does. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on that day of the crime. Order. Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense searches my office was in violation of regulation, and I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? You've entered the evidence room on the day of the crime? What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't happen to have been there with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I haven't seen him in days. You haven't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing: what transpired during that meet. In that case, Mr. Rice, I'm gonna have to ask for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on that day. Oh shit, what's up, Mike? Thanks for the raid, I appreciate that. Right here, the half-written document dated can only be submitted to the chief of police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on that day of the crime. Or, to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure that he filed it. He filed it, alright. And how do I know, you ask? Because he needed it to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman, you took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're gonna say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have... Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Oh no! Saw that shit, Diggy? Yes, I like his animation. It's crazy. Chief Gant, you did it! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind who would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body. You were forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone aware of that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just order an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. Yeah, I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we needed to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought they were useless clues that just taken up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the body, the Chief Gant used this. This screwdriver. That is not what I meant. Present! This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Oh! Yep, I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbing, I brought this back here. Woohoo! After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. He unknowingly moved the body. Detective Goodman's body was carried in that trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye. Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttals to this defense's outrageous accusation? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. There was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. This is the exact opposite. This is the photo of the body being taken away from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Righto, but I'm gonna have to have lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't even finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that. Now. What? That's not a right to be casually invoked. There's certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I've stabbed old Goodman is what you're trying to say, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I've had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show us your proof and get it over with. I'll say this again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright? Your Honor? Do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of his body? Do I have any concrete proof? I can't just let him squirm out of this way in this one. I gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. I do have such an evidence. Just give me like 10 minutes. You better prove Chief Gent murdered Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of the doubt. I don't have proof yet. It's no use showing evidence if I'm not so sure myself of. No, Your Honor, at present I have no conclusive evidence. CUG. In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. Wait, what? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again. Aha, alright, Uji, I'll leave the rest to you now. Is this how the story's gonna play out? I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This isn't a affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Wait! Oh my god, Edward saved me. Lady Luck,
Oh, thank God.
Maybe we should have a word with her. It even brought my HP out. I was getting scared. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial, and we haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth. Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gent has invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else who can. One more witness who can answer all these questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Haven't you forgotten? The defense is the one calling the witness today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. I'm a call forth Lana Sky. The defendant? Miss Lana Sky? She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance to a certain with someone certain order. I totally said that wrong. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is not— Hold on! Chief Gent, I thought you were going to go eat. Now listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Nell Marshall's murder. Oh shit, this isn't good. Of course, I never support such an outrageous claim anyways, right? Just something to think about. Alrighty then. I've got a lunch date to meet. Just threatened her right in front of everyone. Okay. If there isn't any further objections, this court is now in recess. He blatantly threatened her in front of everyone. That was fucking insane.
In front of everyone, we're like, okay, let's keep going.
Yep. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. Chief, he's something else, eh, pal? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore, pal. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I'm already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure, I'll just take the place I used that top knot girl I used to and work with you. Wait, could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gent's done it again. How is it that he always gets the upper hand? It's not fair that he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, it's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risk. What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refused to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his rights to say anything too? Oh, Emma. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So you heard everything that's going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. Oh, no, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now that I finally know what's really happening. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment at prosecutor's office, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier for her that way. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must have been why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now, pal. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we best get going back, pal. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you go away and No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Why is he on my side? He's supposed to be like in his like prosecutioner side room.
Because he's cool, Larry. He wants the truth.
Yeah. It's so cool because you're always fighting for the truth together. In every case, so I told you about this already, right? So if you guys didn't know, during the making of Ace Attorney 2, around the game was about 80% done. The writer decided to take Edgeworth out of the story completely. And the reason why was because the fans end up showing a lot of love for Edgeworth. A lot of them end up loving Edgeworth. And he thought it would be ridiculous for Edgeworth to keep losing constantly to Phoenix. So that's when they made Von Karma. Not the other Karma, Francisca. The other
The one with the
prosecutor.
whip, right?
The one with the whip. So when the game was 80% done, they have to write basically the entire script. They have to rewrite almost basically the entire script. That's right, Sky. It was pretty crazy. And then because Edgeworth was off on his own, and he was such a beloved character, they decided to give him his own game and with his own assistant. And his assistant is a little ninja girl named Key. Or is it K? It's one of those. And yeah. So every other instant where Edgeworth comes back, which obviously he comes back in other games, it's not like a secret or it's pretty obvious. He helps you out instead. He plays the hard man, but he's always trying to look for the truth. It's really cool. I love the the back and forth between them. It's really nice.
I'm gonna get myself more food.
Gotcha. I'm gonna get some food after I finish this too. That is it. This is the final showdown, guys. Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Skye, please take the stand? Miss Lana Skye, you are the chief of prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done for these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Skye, and remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to capital offense. I'm sure, of course I'm sure. But Lana... If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you gotta help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know her. I was gonna say, I thought this line said, I know her like my own sister. That's about, but like, I don't think that line is right, but it says, I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in an agony. She's like, don't you hear that? You just hear her going, Yes, there's no time to start second guessing myself. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Ah. Reading hurts. Okay, we'll press this first. Did you do it? Did you do so to help your sister? Did you? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana, so that's why you fabricated evidence 2 years ago. Yeah. And not to say that's bad, but it's reasonable why she would do that. That's a motive. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife stuck in the victim's body. The broken prosecutor's award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. So we haven't proved it yet. He's denying the possibility. Okay. The reality is it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happens to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up for more lies with lies. Well, to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You broke off the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. What? Is that true? Yeah, because that was the forged evidence, supposedly. You planted the tip of Dark's knife into it, and then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that? You, of all people, should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why'd you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. So why did you move the body there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. The pieces of jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. Ah. Pieces of jar? You mean... Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt that it'd be more expedited to move the body. So, when you first found the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you look at the crime scene, it would have been cleared right away what happened. Now Marshall was dead and Drake was lying Dark, not Drake! Damn it! I said Drake again! Dark! Dark! In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle. I see. What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed, but I have a feeling there's more to that than that. There must be a contradiction somewhere. Anyways, I've completed this fabrication completely alone. Okay. So you rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it, period. Why are you so desperate in hiding this fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying. She did it so that I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is undone terribly. There's nothing I could do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying. Although she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she's fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I have to get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Alright, maybe this. Think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Jessica Goodman. You told me as much as yesterday in jail. You still don't get it right, do you? Any testimony you cannot present in court is useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife. And I fabricated evidence 2 years ago by myself. I don't believe that. Did you do it to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. Okay, so we have the evidence for the contradiction. The piece of jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. Wait a minute, she said it was already shot. Okay, so something about this jar. Maybe it's the jar itself. Oh, it's the jar itself, but how? Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Nell Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. And even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention. A significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. Wait a minute, she just said it was... No, wait, okay. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must have not yet been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar. That's right. I mean, it wasn't shattered yet. Order. Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed regarding this jar and its bloody message. That makes sense to me now. Yeah, okay. I thought she worded it weird. We may be missing something crucial here. I'm bleeding. Oh my god. I'm bleeding. Something crucial?
Where?
My arm. I was scratching myself and I actually ripped up in the scab. Chief Prosecutor, it seems you are as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony. Are you starting to see it, Diggy? The truth? It was Jar Jar all along, not Mr. Binks himself. Shut up, guys. It was Jar Jar all along. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. It was the jar murdered the horse. Wow. The jar murdered the horse. That's right, guys. No, the jar used the horse as a murder weapon. I immediately know. Okay. It was dark in the room, so I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were so large, so I was sure I got them all. But that was the largest fragment. How did you miss that? I want to know. But how could you have seen with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I don't think you... Does that thing react with only blood? I never missed anything. I got every last piece. No, you didn't. All I can think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes, I didn't have any excuses for my action. I'm so sorry, Lana, I didn't know. I treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make this up, little girl. After we got to the bottom of this incident. No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradiction of her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn this around. Yeah, you didn't get them all. That's what I want to know. Shit. Sorry, that was weird. That came out of nowhere. Miss Sky. I'm sorry. God damn it. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant simply miss the piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even once a day, I wasted an entire day looking for my dentures and... Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, this jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant at the time he was looking for a dart down the... The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the facts for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? No. Even the judge is like, man, I don't want to accuse my best friend. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear what happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason why Miss Skye became the Chief's puppet. Oh shit!
Ouch!
Are you okay?
No, yeah, she bit her on fucking the thumb and blood squirted out. Jesus Christ.
Did it? I didn't see the blood.
Yeah, did.
Oh, my bad. Alright, good night, Spoons. I did it on my own. No. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. You don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorney make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem like the type who would twist the truth. What?
Oh my god.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana may be right after all. Wait, what do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Skye, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might have also been a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of him anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time. I like the judge, Sky.
Fucking the fucking use right, fucking Emma. It's like, no, I do remember killing him. Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Shut up. Shut up. Trying to prove two things right. Shut up. When I arrived,
No,
I found
killed
Mr.
him.
Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor. Emma in dark was laying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Can't help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor sword? Then you were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. What? I gave it to Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took from the crime scene that I've encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember it. Oh my god, it's in the book. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well. Mr. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her. Let's check that evidence again. There must be something to be a picture somewhere. Oh my god, it's like so many evidence. Oh my god, it's I thought you oh my god, they didn't let me check it, remember? They didn't let me check it before. They let me read it, but they didn't let me check it. Oh my god! We got a picture of the fucking...
Oh my god.
We got a picture! Hey, there's a picture in here. Oh, he is fucking dead. He is just dead. Look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh my. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. And no other detectives saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminals Affair only after I rearranged everything. Mr. Wright, the piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? The cloth was found inside Chief Kent's safe. What's this? Yep. But it has Emma's prints on it. This is a handprint, isn't it? Are you starting to see the picture now, Diggy? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose ever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints, they're yours. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with this cross-examination. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flesh out the real murderer. Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. Ooh. I don't think I should drink alcohol when I'm reading. It doesn't really work well. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body. Oh, okay, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the heck? Something interrupted me. Oh, shit. It's Gant. I'm Naoji. This is the poorest excuse for a trial I've ever seen. Oh my god, this is crazy. Chief Gant, what? Now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. Hold on. I'm afraid it's too late for you to do that. What? You've already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make a statement of any sort. This must be the risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sounds of your noose tightening around your own neck. He's fucking mad. Fucking got him, dude. Oh, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statement. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Shit. Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Nell Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubts? Is this true, Mr. Wright? If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer. Ooh. Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you'll be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? Better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Marshall? Fuck, I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure I can choose, but I think I have to choose the evidence, you know? Right? That sounds right, right?
I think so.
Yes, Your Honor. I do have further evidence. Oh, right. The time's finally come to show it to them. Those prints has got to be the Chief's. Now let's see this conclusive evidence. Evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. He's like, take that! Take that. This is a piece of leather cloth? Yes. It most likely was cut from the victim's vest near his chest. What's this? There's a big handprint on there. Surely it must have been left on the cloth by whoever shoved the victim into the sword. What? Whose fingerprints are these? I'm sure Wright has checked, haven't you? Well, who are they? God, I can't say it. They're Miss Emma Sky. What? They're mine? So I really did do it. See? I told you it was conclusive. But this was found in your safe. That means it's possible you forged it. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't remember any cloth in my safe. Do you really expect me to believe that? Oh man, kinda got us there, huh? But, give it up, Mr. Wright. It's over. You shouldn't have presented that. By presenting that evidence, you tied Emma Sky to Nell Marshall's death. No. It appears we have our killer. No! Oh, is this wrong? No! Everything hinged on that plan. In the end, Lana alone was all corrupted. I wasn't supposed to present that!
Oh!
Oh my god, it's actually the wrong one. Oh my god, I have to do the entire case over again.
What, are you kidding?
Yeah.
What, you didn't save? There was no save point?
I don't save every second. God damn it.
Yeah, that would seem kind of important. Oh no.
Alright, give me a minute, guys.
Oh no. Alright, what do you guys want to talk about until
What do you guys
then?
want to talk about? You fool, that was concrete evidence that you can't refute. I know, but...
Yeah, but withholding it would have been bad, right?
Yeah.
I have at fault too. Because, like, they're pretty much telling you, don't withhold it. Or else you will be, you know, and you come that far.
Yeah. That sucked ass.
So, what's your guys' favorite color?
I like blue.
Oh, do you? Sorry.
Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that I can present at this time. It's gonna be me making the decision, and then the video's gonna be like me making the decision, going no, but like, what happened? Guilty. And just cuts to here. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence. I was just kidding. Your Honor, I was just kidding. I don't have any evidence to present at this point in time. What? You lie. Chief Cat? You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because... I lost the voice. Oh, I see. Because you know the truth, don't you? You know those fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Cat? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This has got to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. So he has to admit to it. He just admitted to that, yeah. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up on this murder. Haha, I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. Holy shit. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. And if I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip into the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth that you cut from the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I don't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Ooh. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then, before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, the victory is mine.
Wait, save.
Oh, yeah, save. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna show the evidence, fucker. No, it's too late to show the evidence now. It's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did it, it's just exposed the poor girl's fingerprints, right? Think hard over the circumstances. The circumstances? I'm talking about then and now. There's only one major difference between the two. Weren't you waiting for that difference? So, Edgewood figured out my plan. Right, this is your only chance. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. I fucking lied. The evidence that show who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Wait, did I? Oh, whoops. Edgeworth, your opinion, please? I think Mr. Wright's humor has improved at the expense of his defense. Better polish up your defense, Mr. Wright. Come on, Wright. You remember that thing with the murderer's handprint on it, don't you? Just like, it's my badge. Take that. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. At last, you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests to be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there's been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean it could not have been forged? This must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
So cool.
You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy. What? Think about it, Righto. Righto had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprint must belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well, I'll tell you. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. Well, it's Emma Skies, clearly. Emma? Emma Sky? What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me? He forged it, that's why. He took his her unconscious body. You really are something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you, you monster? Miss Sky, you knew whose fingerprints were on there all along, yet you acted like she didn't. Nah, Miss Sky, nah, it ain't over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. Have fun flipping burgers with your best boy, Larry. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense.
Didn't he do it too?
Yeah, he did.
Didn't he do it too?
Yeah, he did. But he's the chief of police. But he's the chief of police, though, so... Hey, what's up, Toaster? I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. And your hairline as well. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you gonna tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Yeah, before I do that, there's just one thing I want to have to clear up. Oh? And what is that? Who really killed Prosecutor Nell Marshall? What? Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Nell Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, was it not? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. I actually forgot how this plays out. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, your reign ends here.
Tyrannical.
Your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Is it the photo? It has to be the photo, right? Yes, it was. Wait, no. What is actually this supposed to be? This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Oh, I get it. It's a photo because that means that the thing was cut out before he died. Get it? Or before Lana arrived to the scene.
Yeah.
Take a good picture. This is a picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. Take a good look. See where his piece of his vest was cut out? Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out all this with the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. Oh, it's blood. Sorry, it's blood. There's no blood on it. That's only natural. His lungs, is no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. There's no blood. Wait, there's no blood on it. Since Emma Sky fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He was most likely hit He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could have it been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky and picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on an armored sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutioner's death, said person proceeds to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And to make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of piece from the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you prove that you were the actual murderer. No!
Oh,
Finally, it's over. Is it over? Did we finally get him? Objection? Wait, who's objecting? Oh, what the heck? Oh, it's close, Righto. You almost had me. Ooh. Sorry. I just, but you have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean refute your allegation? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal.
oh my god.
Order. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Uji? Earlier, old Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Do you have some conclusive evidence? Your Honor, I don't have the evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defendant did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh is on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Legal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Mr. Wright? It seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally come. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely and concealed this piece of cloth?
You want to save? It could be one of those things that instantly end the game.
No,
Again.
No. Just 2 HP. Just 2 HP. But I'll save anyways. Just for insurance. Get it? Because he had insurance. I did. No, if I admit that, all my planning would have been done for nothing. Oh, fuck. It's used right to understand the implications of his conduct. If you're going to change your position, this is your only chance, right? He's right. I refuse to present that at one time. So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Miss Scant. It's not that I didn't present the evidence then, it's that I couldn't. What do you mean, you couldn't? There are certain procedures involving when presenting evidence. No, Uji, don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward. You really can't believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved on this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, alright. I remember. I got the order wrong. I didn't present it, not because I chose not to present this, right? If so, you can prove your conduct was not in violation of law, then do so. The reason why I didn't show it was because it did not have to do with the case. That's why. It was irrelevant at the time. Oh, wrong button. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Literally, like last minute. Like a lot of other people. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. See, the reason why we had to say no first is because we got him to confess that it was in his locker, that he actually owned it, and that he personally ripped it off. Until he and if he didn't confess and I presented that, then, you know. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Wait, it's in the second page? Whoopsies. Oh no, there's only one page. Inside, I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule number 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time of it, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when that picture was presented? That was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, this piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it valuable evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this this piece of the person's fast. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could have done that. Damon Gant. The killer was you. No. Ha! Ha! Ah! I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insists on hounding me. Well, your crimes wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star and then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I lose my only chance to find the real... hold on. If I lose the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find the real truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he oughta. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, and then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? This guy didn't have a voice because he's dead. So, can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's just too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken back by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up the SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Oh, stabbed him right there? Oh, that's why there's a lot of blood. I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have only meant more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might have stumbled in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. But, what's the big deal? You make a lot more of us detectives ever. You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecutioner's car aside, he broke his car. He broke his lock. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had so much to lose, as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it, but I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah, it looked like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I gotta hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well up close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me, or the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You are just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try and do it alone. But I'm not alone. I have Wright. Some like bonding moment. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Uji. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example of others in the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. These days are gone now, Uji. Thanks to all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now we have Righto here, and Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can already hear them already. The melody sounds of them. Fucking Z. I have my nakama. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell you everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your troubles. My. What high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might just make it to the top. She smiled. Oh. I owe you my thanks, Miss Wright. Mr. Wright? Fuck. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as we have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing. Liar! You were about to quit your job because you're like, it's too much. I can't handle it. You're about to quit. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I was only doing my job. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky, yes, Your Honor, you are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still act as his accomplice, a trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there anything amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's just been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains. 2 years she was being blackmailed. 2 years. My God. Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Yay! Confetti! That is all. This court is adjourned. February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. At long last, it's finally over. Oh, Emma. Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit, right? Yeah. No, that's not it. It's just now that after the trials ended, I can see why Mia Faye thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, right? And to you too, Edgeworth. Oh, we just saw this. At least not like Danganronpa, where they remind you every goddamn second. Anyways, you know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pal. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll come back later. Yeah, bye. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run around all day, all duty, huh? Duty. On top of that, he has a call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pal. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Someone to see. It's her sister. Lana! Ash, should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell you if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you away from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed that day. Look how cool she looks. She's like, oh, I'm so fucking cool and hot. And Gant's like, I'm gonna be a murderer in like 2 seconds. I had to. It was the only way I can make it through these past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding on what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this to realize it, too. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course, you know, sis, I've always knew that one day you'll come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma! Ah! We did it! No one can change the past.
And they're not hugging each other in prison.
Yay!
Yay!
The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And that is from there that we can move forward towards a bright future.
What if we hugged in a prison cell?
Bruh. At least that's what I felt watching those two sisters make up. Now, Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. I wasn't hiding. Stupid bitch calling me out like that. I wasn't hiding. Where was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. I just came to say ometeto. What? I mean congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. Oh, you're still there. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone might say, I realize today that I cannot correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth, not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals, I can feel it. You and me were the same. One day you'll understand, Stan. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I'll need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime, but they both made the same mistake. They became crime themselves. I'm just kidding. You said in order to fight crime on my own, you'll need a weapon. That may be true, but think back on today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Me?
Oh, she's
yeah.
smiling.
Wait, what is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show 'em what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to figure out on our own.
The attorney badge.
I feel bad because you only get one chance. The evidence list, because we both have the pieces. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. That's so fucking hot. That's so hot, guys. That's so fucking hot. That's the picture I drew. Our counterattack began with this. You had one half of the evidence and I had the other. Apart, we wouldn't have been able to completely restore Emma's picture. That's bromance. That is bromance.
That's not a bromance, that's a romance.
That's
oh my god.
Romance. Put that shit on a boat. Let's go. That didn't just happen by chance, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. It's time for me to go. I'm starting to think about things. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are some loose ends that needs wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth! Edgeworth! Wait, what will you go do now? Well, wherever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. But in the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in the courtroom. Farewell. Edgeworth! I better be going too now. Oh, okay. I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot of learning and catching up to do. Here, it's a little something for you. A scientific investigation book? It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so, another case came close to a close. As for the sisters, they have faith. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, well, I think I made tons of memories and friends, and I think it's time that I start my own new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. He's like fucking well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Well, yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison, however, different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side to you. Well, yeah. You see, Mr. Wright, here's the one to be footing the bill. What? Oh, my throat, hold
on. Not the right time to have something stuck in your throat, there.
Right? Yeah, what do you think? I could afford that with my side? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Wait, what? What? Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Wait, why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream. Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay for it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go. Objection! Oh,
it's finally over! Oh, shit! Oh, shit!
I've arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she's pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, well, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutioner's office. Still, I managed to find my way back into the field somehow. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. This fucking ending song is so tight. Yikes, I thought I was a goner there for a moment in the end, though. Yeah, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation in the chief office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yeah, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off of that easily. We did it, guys. So the next visual novel I will be playing is Cyberpunk Bartending. That's right, guys.
Oh, Valhalla.
Yep, Valhalla.
Will you be playing it off my Steam or on the Switch?
Probably the Switch, if that's all right with you.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, you got the physical copy. Might as well get it to use. Oh, can you believe my partner's keeping an eye on the interest for me today? I'll show them, though. Someday, I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can just be... Oh, wait. No, wait. This is, sir. Then I can just be like that big gumshoe. That was the voice I gave him. Yep. Next is Cyberpunk Bartender. After we finish Cyberpunk, we'll start the next Ace Attorney game. And now the fun part is... Now, if you guys don't remember, I've played Ace Attorney because Diggy has actually never seen this case. She's never seen anything past Von Karma. So...
Oh, the base game, you know?
Yeah. She's only seen the base game. So after that, she's never experienced any of the Ace Attorney games after that. So after Valhalla, except for the Asian one that we did together, which was pretty fucking cool.
Really
it's
cool.
not Cyberpunk? Oh, it is a Cyberpunk dystopian, but it's Valhalla, that's right.
Okay.
But we are going to do more than one ending. I don't know about that, Sky. I don't know how I feel about doing multiple times for different endings.
You'll like it enough where you might actually
Well,
want
what
to do
is
a second ending.
Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with steak? Miss Stars managed to sneak this into me. She seems to be one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. Even gave Bambina back her smile. You make sure Billy and the gang gets their water. But I think, but after Valhalla, we go back to the next Ace Attorney. And then after Ace Attorney, we go to either a game recommended to me or we go to, looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. Wow, she did her hair whip too, mid-sentence. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal in the menu. The Wright way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kid seems to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. Oh, it's hot. Anyways, it's either gonna be after Valhalla, we go back to Ace Attorney, and then, you know, for Diggy and obviously everyone else in chat. And we go back to, and then we swap after Ace Attorney. We either do a, something recommends, or I'll never forget what the young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Ah, Mr. Left? Anyways, he said he's been doing
Dream Daddy
something or other for how many years? Well, anyways, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh, no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. I was thinking of doing... Well, we can do Dream Daddy since that might be kind of short. And then Danganronpa. And then back to Ace Attorney.
You don't need to do Danganronpa.
I want to do the second one because I heard they're good. I mean, it's a good story. It's just, you know, not the first one because I've watched all the first one. So we do the second one. Oh, look, it's Maya. Oh, nothing soothes a soul like fresh country air. Still, something I do miss hearing about you and your objections. Still, I can't go back until I'm full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training is about to begin. I'm coming. Well, see you around, Nick. Oh, look, he actually visit people. Just don't go getting all the trophies for it. It takes ages. Yeah, I think if there's like a multiple ending game, I'm gonna play it once and then try to get the best or true ending. That's my goal, I think. Rather than, you know, like trying to, you know. Oh, they had the 999s. I forgot about those. Those are good. I need to do that one. My brother told me to do it. Is Edgeworth really gone? Mr. Edgeworth. Oh. Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. What's going on? Yeah, you have to get all the endings though, I know. But I don't think it takes that long.
Playing a lot of Capcom lately, kid. It's almost like
Thanks for coming to see me off.
I
I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything you've done. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Oh, are we gonna open the book? Is it gonna have a drawing or something in it? Oh, it's a letter!
Oh, what's in it?
Is it a picture? It's her when she was younger with her sister. Ah!
So cute.
Ah!
She has the hat.
God damn it.
It's really nice.
That's like her when she was like probably like 14 or 13. God damn it, they're just cute. They're both adorable. We've
Capcom, yay!
Yay!
Making good games like always.
I like the meme
You already played both Beautiful Joes, right? I was thinking, what other Capcom game?
I've only played the first one. I never played part 2.
You never played the second one?
Hmm?
Oh my god. Thank you for sharing this game with me.
Yep. We still have Justice for All and Trials and Tribulation. Fun fact, Emma makes a comeback. And you know what's super funny about that comeback? What's super funny is that she becomes an investigator, you know, obviously. And she becomes like an adult who's always like pissed off about work. She's like, yeah, they have me running around, stupid shit. I just want to go home and eat food. It's so funny. Anyways, thank you guys. Thank you so much for, you know, sticking around for the stream, you know, and for those watching on YouTube, thank you for watching. If you got to this point, I appreciate it. Obviously, I feel like any visual novel games that I do on stream will be posted on YouTube. So all those games that we were talking about during the credit, Valhalla, you know, any visual novel games, they will be posted on the YouTube as well. So if you ever just need something to listen to, and you decide to do my video, I am eternally grateful for that, and thank you so much. And so for those on YouTube, adios. I will see you in Valhalla bartender action for the next visual novel videos. Peace out, guys. Take it easy.